All right. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear us and see us, and welcome to the IGS Bowl session. It's been a few months since we've met through this platform, but we wanted to get the group together again, and we've had some developments on the feet and legs scoring rubrics and guidelines that are coming from the IGS group, the International Genetic Selection group, and wanted to spend some time tonight here having a conversation with three of the individuals who were really instrumental in helping us develop new visuals and new guidelines for breeders to start collecting feet and leg scores. So with that, we've got a wonderful threesome tonight with Lane Giess and Lindsay Upperman and Ryan Boldt are all going to present to you. And before we get started, I wanted to mention we are recording this, and so we'll have this available on the IGS website or internationalgeneticsolutions.com. And the other thing, if anybody has any questions at any time, please don't hesitate to ask. There's a question box and a chat box that you can type in your questions, and we'll make sure to get those answered. We love questions. We want to hear questions. We want this to be interactive, and we really want it to be something that you can take back and have some confidence in getting your cattle scored. So with that, I'm going to make sure that I've got a tasty beverage to enjoy tonight while we listen to Lindsay and Lane and Ryan. So Lindsay, are you ready to roll?
Yes, I believe so.
Hi, Lindsay. Okay, so we've got Lindsay Upperman. She is the Performance Programs Coordinator with the American Galby Association. And Lindsay, I'm a little embarrassed to ask this, but you're Dr. Upperman right now, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Congratulations, Dr. Upperman. She got a PhD at University of Nebraska in Lincoln, and you did your master's work at UC Davis with Dr. Van Eenenaam. Is that correct? I work so hard on my bios, it's all coming from my mind. Anyway, so I've known Lindsay for a few years now, and she's just a real bright and enthusiastic and intelligent mind that we get to work with through IGS. So Lindsay, why don't you start us off with an introduction to feet and legs?
Yeah, so just want to make sure we introduce the other two that are going to talk, though. So Ryan Boldt then is the Director of Breed Improvement over at Red Angus, and then Lane Giess is going to be the Director of Commercial and Non-Traditional Data Programs at American Simmental Association. You'll get to see their lovely faces here in a little bit, but I'm going to get us started. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we just wanted to kind of start off a little bit with talking about that overall impact of feet and legs on your bottom line, just to kind of get us back to that good general view of what's going on. So if we think about feet and legs and any issues that we're going to have, most likely that's going to lead to reduced mobility. And so with that, we're going to increase any culling incidences. We're also going to increase any bull returns or credits that are going to happen after sale day, as well as increasing welfare concerns. But with those animals, if we think about certain traits and just longevity in the herd, we're also going to be decreasing overall performance, whether they get to the feed bunk last or if they can't make it to the water trough out in the pasture. Just decreasing performance. They're also going to have a decrease in health, as well as decreased longevity or lifetime productivity, and as well as herd profitability. So all these factors are going to play important roles as you identify those feet and leg issues. And we just want to make sure that we realize that those are big traits and big impacts on our bottom line. So from here, we're going to go ahead and get into our scoring guidelines. if we could go to the next slide. And then we're going to talk about these scores. And so feet and leg scores should be gathered on a subjective measure. And so it's going to be a 1 through 9 scale, with 5 being that optimum middle value. And so we've split feet and legs into 3 phenotypes that we can look at. And so claw shape is going to be the first one. And that's going to essentially be described as the relative size and curvature of the claws on an individual hoof, as well as the distance between the claws that serves to indicate a level of divergence. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into these different values. And so if we think about claw shape, a low score is going to indicate a really open and divergent claw set, while on the other end of the spectrum, we're going to have a high score that indicates extreme scissor or corkscrew claw sets. So that means they're going to curl or overlap each other. Now, the next trait that we'll look at is hoof angle. And so that's essentially measured as the degree of angularity from the toe and the base of the hoof to the base of the coronary band. And so additionally, we're going to think that heel depth is going to play an important role into this. And so again, that low end is going to represent a really rigid or extremely straight hoof, while the higher score is going to represent that shallow heel, really long claw or weak pastern. And so then last but certainly not least is hock angle. So this is going to be more of that leg portion. And so that hock angle or hock set is going to be the degree of angularity in the hind leg of an animal from the stifle to the hock and down to the pastern. And so a low score is going to be extremely straight in that angle, or more like a post-legged animal if you're a livestock judger. But then on that higher end, you're going to represent essentially an extreme amount of angle, or an extreme set to the hock, or a sickle-hocked animal. We go to the next slide, please. So let's get into a little bit further here on that claw shape. So as a group, IGS put together some drawings to indicate and depict these different values for these for this phenotype, and we're going to have these pictures for all sets of traits, so every guideline. And then we also worked up some descriptions to try to give more of a, I guess, quantitative, as best as we can, portion to these pictures. And so for here, we have those 1 through 9 pictures, and 1, if we can see, is going to be to the far left. And so that's going to be that extremely weak and open divergent claw set. And so we kind of also estimated this as anything greater than 2 inches. So it's going to have a lot of area or a lot of space between those claws. Now, if we go to our ideal claw shape, that's going to be that 5 score again. And so that's our ideal hoof or our ideal claw shape. And so we're going to have even spacing between the medial and lateral claws with no evidence of hoof curvature. And so if we think about this on a divergent or just an overlap portion, that's only 0 to 0.5 inches between those claws, and there's going to be no overlap, so no curvature. Now, if we go to the other end of the spectrum, or 9, that's going to be extreme evidence of hoof curvature and crossing over. So anything greater than 10% of those toes crossing over would be that 9 value. And that would be anything at that level and above. So that means if it's 20, 30%, etc., then that's going to also be that 9 score. So now let's go ahead and get into some actual real life examples of a claw shape. And so here's some pictures that just depict that a little bit better. So this is going to be more of that overlap, with the red probably be more toward that 9 score and the black hoof being more toward 8. So obviously you can see there's a lot more overlap or percentage of that red hoof compared to the black one, but these are just some real life examples, as it looks a little different than in those very nice pictures that were drawn. So now let's go into the next phenotype, or our hoof angle. And so again, we have those 1 through 9 values, and I'm just going to go from each end of the spectrum and to that ideal hoof. So the ideal hoof, again, is that 5, and we'll start in the middle this time. So there's going to be no evidence of straightness or rigidness. And so the hoof is going to be between a 50 to 60 degree angle, if you want to put a quantitative measure on it. And that's going to be an appropriate level of hoof depth as well. So that's kind of maybe a little hard to gauge on, but let's get to the other ends of the spectrum and maybe see a little different there. So if we go up, or I guess to the lower value, a 1, that's going to be extremely straight and rigid. The hoof has an approximate 90 degree angle, meaning an exact straight line from the floor to that upper part of the hoof. And so there's going to be clear evidence of stiffness. So obviously a post-legged animal or an extremely straight animal is going to have a hoof angle that would be similar to this. Now, if we go to that other end of the spectrum, or a 9, it's going to be extremely soft and yielding. So you can see how flat or how much more give there is in that hoof. And so that's going to have about a 20 degree angle, so not a lot, from the coronet to the hoof wall, and an extreme lack of heel depth. So you can see that there's not that much area there from the ground to that heel. And along with this, just due to how it's shaped, those toes are going to get a little longer as that animal goes. And so that's one depiction of that. Let's go ahead and move on to some real life examples of these. And so here's 2 depictions. Obviously, you can see the one on the left, or more of the white haired animal. They're going to be really soft and yielding. That's why they're more flat looking here from this top angle, and really soft in that back heel. And then over here on the red haired animal, it's going to be more of an ideal, or more around that 4 to 6 range, or more in that ideal range for that hoof. Let's go ahead and move to the next phenotype, please. And so last, again, but certainly not least, is the hock angle. And so if we start out with 5, this is our ideal animal, or that ideal hip and hind leg set. And so we're going to have an ideal rear leg set. The hock angle is going to be between 140 to 150 degree angle from the base of the hoof to the pin bone. And so there's going to be some evidence of angularity. Obviously, there needs to be some angle there. And obviously a little bit of flex. They need to be flexible within that hock as well. Now, if we go down to the bottom end of the scores, a 1 is going to be extremely straight and rigid, approximately 180 degrees, so a straight line essentially from the base of the hoof to the pin bone. And there's going to be clear evidence of levelness between the hook and pin bones, and pastern stiffness. And so obviously really tight, really straight, going to have a hard time even getting that leg out in front of them. So that's a really post-legged animal. Now, if we go to the other end of the spectrum, that 9, there's going to be extreme evidence of curvature. So a lot of curve and a lot of angularity there. The hock angle has an approximate 110 degree angle from the base of the hoof to the pin bone. And there's going to be a lot of softness in that pastern. And so there's going to be a low angle between the hook and pin bones. And essentially, if we just kind of generalize this, it'd be a sickle-hocked animal in appearance. Let's look at some other real-life examples for hock angle. And so again, these are going to be both ends of the spectrum. The one on the left is going to be that post-legged animal, really straight from that, hoof angle to the hock, all the way to the pin bone. And then if we go over to the right, we're going to have a lot more curvature of that hind leg. And so obviously there's a lot of different angles that we'll look at and get some practice with later. But I think from here, I'm going to hand it over to Lane.
Awesome. Thanks, Lindsay. And Ryan, just pause here on the scoring methodology slide for just a slight bit. But no, Lindsay did a great job of explaining and going through those rubrics. And really, I have to say, both Ryan, who you're going to hear from in just a second, and Lindsay were on our IGS foot and leg rubric review. And so those rubrics that you just saw, those professionally done artwork, that was done by Amanda Ryder, who is a feedstock producer herself, but also does quite a bit of artwork. We wanted somebody who had a background in seed stock production and understanding soundness in cattle to depict these traits that are so important to our producers. And so a little bit of background. What I want to talk about in my couple of slides is really kind of, if you're going to go out in the field and score cattle for these soundness traits, what are some tips and tricks from my experience in evaluating structure traits, and how can I relay those to you? And so a bit of background on that front. My master's project was the foot and leg scoring prototype project. And so I was out there with a grad partner where we evaluated over 3,000 cows and scored them for 18 different traits. And so we really got a lot of background into what works and what doesn't. And so, and from that experience, we were able to come up with some of these recommendations. So Ryan, if you want to slide the next slide, that'd be great. And so really, here's some of the methodology that we recommend to you as seed stock producers. We want you to be using these rubrics while you're out in the field. So I'm going to give a plug to Red Angus Association here, because they've got these laminated rubrics that you can take out on a clipboard and go out and evaluate and use those to reference as you're assigning these scores. So use the rubrics when you're out evaluating these animals for these 3 traits. Make sure that for bias purposes that only one observer is taking these measurements. One of the things that can disrupt our evaluation of these traits in a genetic prediction is if more than one observer are scoring animals and they have a difference in scale in how they assign phenotypes. So that can cause some problems. So we want to make sure that only one person is out there doing it throughout the entirety of the process. Obviously, if you can't see the feet, you can't evaluate them. So try to make sure that they're on a hard and dry level surface. One of the things that we learned is if you're out and it's a rocky surface, that can really disrupt how those claws are distributing weight, influencing the bias of your phenotype appraisal. And so make sure that it's on a level surface, and so that where you can see the feet. And in this case, we're also recommending to score the worst hoof. We did some research where we evaluated the genetic correlation between front feet, rear feet, and worst hoof, and came to the conclusion that scoring the worst hoof is probably a pretty decent metric. But in particular, how many of you guys are going to go out into the field and evaluate animals where you have to score each hoof individually? I've been there. It's not a fun process, and so we also understand the reality that scoring multiple phenotypes can drag on the process. And in this case, we want as much data as we can to produce a viable genetic prediction. Make sure that you can see everything. A lot of the times, cattle producers that I interact with who have questions on this front, they ask, "Can I score while these animals are in the chute?" And while that does allow stillness and a clear view of the hoof, it does not allow an unobstructed view of the back leg. But then also think about, as these animals are in the chute, are they pushing or pulling on their legs and their feet that are going to cause uneven distribution of weight in those feet? Are they going to have those feet so far forward in the chute that it looks like they have lack of depth, or that those toes are growing outwards? In reality, when you see them out after the chute and they're walking and they're mobile, more often than not, you're going to get a pretty good clear view of those phenotypes. And so while if you're comfortable and scoring in the chute is the method that you want for the foot traits, for sure when you're evaluating that hoof angle, try to make sure that it's while they're out of the chute and you can see them moving. Don't score in the dark. I think that's a pretty decent one. And then also make sure that as you're doing this process, that they're not in the chute or they're restrained, like we mentioned before. So Ryan, if you want to swap to the next slide, I'd appreciate it.
Hey,
so,
Lane, can I ask a question before we move on?
Please do.
And this is a question from me, not from the audience, although we do have a question from the audience, but we might hold off still to ask that until we've wrapped up with these initial presentations. But I was wondering, since it pertains to what you were just talking about there, Lane, is it better for the rear view angle to have an animal standing versus walking?
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
It just seems like it might get a little skewed as the hoof moves forward.
Yep, no, it's a good question. So let's think about this. As you turn animals out of the chute and say that they're in an enclosed space, they're going to walk out, you're going to see them mobile, right? And you can evaluate the flexibility of that hock angle and see how that hip interacts with the leg itself. But then when they get to the end of that pen or whatever enclosed space that they're in, they'll stop moving, right? And then they'll stand for you. And I think that's, at that point, you've had a very good opportunity to evaluate the flexibility and angularity of that hock angle. Because, I mean, all of these are connected, right? I mean, the hip is connected, and the hock and the foot, all of those are intertwining and moving pieces. And so evaluating them while they're mobile, from my experience, gives me a precursor bit of information, so that way I can evaluate, because sometimes you can see some animals that'll just stand really odd, right? They'll twist that foot out and they'll look straight, but then when you get them moving, they've got so much set and they look like they're really cowhocked. It can be confusing. And so my experience is try to get a clear view of them moving and then standing unobstructed, if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to add to that, I mean, I'll add that Lindsay was on a pretty stellar livestock judging team, and I mean, if she has any thoughts on this as well, I'm happy to bring her into that question as well.
I think you handled it, Lane. I mean, as a livestock judger, obviously we're prone to evaluating a little bit differently on certain things or stricter on things. So maybe just making sure that you're not just looking at one portion all the time. I know, I would have walked down a set of cattle maybe in Texas, and my livestock buddy was always looking how big the stifle was, and I was looking at how big the hocks were. So, just don't really look at only one portion. You need to make sure you're backing up and getting a big general view of the whole animal before you give that score. But that's probably my only added little input there.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. So, and again, to those listening, if you have questions, go ahead and use the chat function. I can see that one. But if you have other questions, I think Jackie will help us towards the end. So, Ryan, actually, let's stay on this slide. So here are a couple of examples, and these are actually photos that I took when I was out evaluating feet and legs traits for Simmental cattle specifically. And so the picture on the far left is a group of steers that are out in the middle of the pen, and it's muddy, right? And so a lot of folks who I've interfaced with who have asked, can I just go and evaluate calves out in the middle of their pen as a group? And there's two things to that. One, usually those pens aren't the cleanest surface, and so it's harder to evaluate those foot traits. Maybe you can get a decent view of those hock angles and those rear legs, but the foot traits themselves are fairly difficult to evaluate. And the second part to that is that when you get a whole group or a mob of cattle in a single pen, how easy is it for you to go sequentially through those and assign phenotypes? I can tell you after trying, it's fairly difficult. When you have, say there's 80 calves in a pen, or there's 80 replacement heifers or 80 bulls in a pen, and you have to go through and make sure that you get 80 scores on 80 unique animals, and they're all in one pen, and you have to walk through that pen, that takes forever, because they're going to move around in that pen, and it's going to be hard for you to remember which ones you scored, or if you're doing this digitally, you might not even see which ones you've scored. And so from my experience, the best method is to run these through a chute, and then have an exit gate, or run them through a small alley where you can evaluate them freely, but still have them go in an order that allows you to score these effectively. And then those other two pictures showcases some of the optimal locations for you to evaluate those phenotypes. The one is out in an alley with a really good surface to evaluate those feet. And then the other one was while they were porching bulls, I think, for a sale, and they weren't in a chute, it was just a head catch, and it allowed us to see that rear leg set effectively, as well as the feet. So just something to visualize the proper locations for evaluating these scores. So Ryan, do you want to swap to the next one, please? The other biggest question is who to score and when. And in this case, there's a couple of different factors that are influencing this. If we think about, if we want to get foot scores on bulls, when is the only opportunity for us to gather those scores? It's before they've been sold, right? So we need to be gathering scores on yearling bulls or on 18-month-old bulls before they're sold, so that way we get the whole contemporary group and we can evaluate the variation of those phenotypes within that group, but before they go out and are single animal contemporaries in a pasture, right? And then for replacement heifers, the same thing. This serves two purposes. If we get phenotypes and we can build a genetic prediction for feet and leg and soundness on young animals, and there is a small, or if there is any opportunity for us to use those genetic predictions as an indicator for stayability, one of our most important genetic predictions, if we can use those scores in that genetic prediction, a lot of our research has found that there is a small portion that may allow us to build and increase the genetic prediction of stayability at a younger age using foot and leg scores. And so really that is one of our largest goals in this trait is can we improve stayability by using this indicator trait? And those scores have to come from young animals. And then the second part is mature cows. Through time, we've noticed that feet and leg, they change through time. As an animal ages, so too does the opportunity for those feet to break down. And so we do still want to be able to gather foot scores on mature cows annually, if possible, so that way we can look at the repeatability of the trait and how this trait interacts through time. And this is best done during mature weights, or when you're weaning calves, or when you're pulling cows off pasture, or even before they go to pasture. So at a point in time where you've got the entire cohort of mature cows when they're being processed is the best time to gather that. And for yearling bulls and replacement heifers, same thing when you're gathering breeding soundness exams, or when you're doing pelvic measurements or vaccinations or whatever. All of those are good opportune moments to gather these measurements. So next slide, Ryan, if you would. These are just my tips and tricks. When I was out with my graduate partner on the project, there was just the two of us. And so a lot of the times we were the ones that were sorting cows, putting them in the pen, evaluating them, and then kicking them out of the pen. And when it takes 3 minutes per cow to gather 18 traits, having an in and out gate person to keep that flow of animals moving through that alleyway was a huge benefit for us. It allowed us to be much more efficient in our scoring and classification of these traits. And the other thing, and this shouldn't need to be said, but when you have when you have a person classifying animals for subjective measurements like these, don't have somebody in the corner say, oh my goodness, look at that horrible foot, and start influencing bias of that classification. That can reduce our knowledge of the trait. And so making sure that sure, if somebody wants to point out and say, hey, take a look at that front left and tell me what you think, that's fine. But if you have somebody say that foot's the worst foot I've ever seen, and maybe it's a 7 to that person, you've just influenced the phenotype appraisal of that trait. One of the things that we did in our project was we used a survey app called Rubrics, and there's tons of survey apps, so that's not the one that you need to use. But if it's but like Google survey would be another one. But what we did is we preloaded the rubrics into the survey and sent that survey out with a slider bar that went from 1 to 9 that allowed us to digitally score these phenotypes electronically. And what this did is it allowed us to reduce the amount of user input errors. If we can imagine, if we've scored 400 animals and two people evaluated these, having to retype all of those IDs, dates, and scores into a spreadsheet increases the opportunity for input error. And so not only does scoring them electronically make it easier on you, it also probably increases the quality of the data that you're collecting. And then obviously, for me, starting at the ground and working up was always the best way. Start with that hoof angle, look at the claw shape, and then look at the rear leg, and then evaluate the overall soundness of that animal was my best method. And so I think, Ryan, that's all I've got. If folks have questions, we can probably wait till the end, but I think Ryan's gonna give everybody the opportunity for a practice session. And so I'll let him introduce that here, so.
Yeah, thank you, Lane. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it's Jackie again. Hey, I was wondering real quick before we get on to Ryan, if Lane, can you talk a little bit about the amount of time? Like I recognize it probably depends on the facility and things like that, but could you talk about like an estimate of how much time it might take you to say to score 50 head?
50 head?
Sure. Or, you know,
Yeah.
just an estimate to kind of give people an idea of what this would take to process their animal.
So yeah, and that's a good question, because I think as folks are considering beginning the process of gathering these phenotypes, I mean it can be a fairly intensive process at the beginning, but once you get comfortable with assigning these phenotypes and understanding how these rubrics and how that the physiology of these feet and legs, I think it opens up the opportunity to make this a very simple process. For us, scoring 18 traits, it was 2.5, 3 minutes per animal, which is a lot. But in this case, you're just doing 3 traits. And if I were to go out and evaluate, I could probably do 50 seconds, 30 seconds per animal to get it done right. I mean, a couple hours for 50 head. And if you've already got it, if you've got enough help, or if you've got enough folks who are, when cows are being processed and you can be on the front side of things, running gates and pushing cattle into the chute, or on the back side, it would not be a difficult process to have that scoring app on your phone. And as cows are coming out of the chute, you can type in those scores and then put them into the pens that they need to be sorted into. I think all of that is very doable, and can be done in tandem with all of those other activities. I don't think it's, but again, when you first start doing this, it might take a little bit of time to get used to it, but once you get comfortable with it, and really that's the purpose of this activity is to get folks comfortable with this process, to go out and do this effectively and efficiently. So yeah.
you could, like, assuming you had a person designated to score and you were doing other processing, it probably wouldn't slow down the overall processing as long as you were, had one more person on crew to do it.
Right, and I'm not sure that if he's on the meeting or not, but I'll tell you, Craig Beaver was one of the herds that we went to in South Dakota, and we got to the point where we were still scoring 22 traits at this time, so we cut a couple out, but he was one of the first herds that we went to. We got to the point where we were staying caught up and going at the same speed that they were processing cows, and so we were scoring 22 traits every 2 minutes, and that's how long it took them to process each cow as they went through the chute. So if you got that one person that can do it, it shouldn't slow down any of those other practices, especially only scoring 3 traits. So, and Craig, that crew's pretty efficient when they run cattle through the chute. I'll give them credit for that.
Cool, thanks.
Cool. Ryan, I'll let you go through the practice, man.
Yeah, well, thank you, Lane, and I think a bunch of good tips there, and I'm glad we've cut it down from 30 to 3. I think that's a lot to ask for doing 30, but kind of just so you guys know what we wanted to do a little bit tonight was have this be an interactive session. And so kind of the way this works is I'm gonna show some pictures up on the screen, and then you guys are going to be able to text in scores 1 to 9 for each of those pictures, and it's completely anonymous, so I won't know who's scoring what, but we thought this would be kind of a fun way to go through and have you guys practice a little bit. So if you guys want to start, enter in this phone number 908-867-9135, and you can text any number here 1 through 9, and then that should auto-populate this as you text those in. So we'll give you guys maybe a minute here or so to get your phones pulled up, give it a chance to work, and then we'll have a couple of pictures for each trait that we'll go through.
Well, I have a question while we're waiting for people to make sure that their texting it works. So we did receive a general question at the beginning of the conversation from Bill Brock, wondering what causes a claw to break off or split. Anybody on the speaker list want to tackle that question while we wait for people to text in their numbers?
Yeah, so I can try to tackle that one, and specifically when you're talking those the individual claws are cracking laterally, I'm assuming, and not horizontally, that they're cracking from the ground towards that coronary band, and we have seen quite a bit of that. I'll tell you, a lot of the literature that we looked into classifies that as a health issue and perhaps less of a genetic issue. Now that's not saying that it couldn't be genetic, but given the investigation that I've seen thus far, we haven't been able to identify that as a genetic issue. Now, that could be something that is associated with a hard or rocky terrain that the animals have to move across, or if it's just a drier climate, is usually where we see that. A lot of where we evaluated our cattle in the pilot study was in the Midwest and those Corn Belt states, and so we didn't see as much of the hoof cracking as I suspect some folks out west experienced. And so I don't really have a good answer for that. But it's certainly something that I think is an issue. Just not sure the best path forward on it, to be honest. So.
Thanks, Lane. Ryan, do we have shy listeners?
I think we have shy listeners because we've got, unfortunately for you guys, I know how many people are here, and it gives me a count of how many people have voted. So we'll go ahead and get going.
Ryan, so
well, I appreciate that, Lane.
And
I
maybe
appreciate
Ryan, one more time before you go ahead and get started. So the process, if you have a phone capable of sending a text message, if you text or send a text to area code 208-867-9135, the number on the far left there, and just send in any number from 1 to 9, and that'll get you into the survey process. That's correct, Ryan?
Yep. And that number will stay the same throughout. And so what I'll do is switch where it's collecting those scores as we switch slides, and we can go from there. So I guess we'll go ahead and get into the first one here. So this foot here, we're going to have you guys score for claw shape. So again, texting in 1 through 9, and in this example, it won't show what other people are texting, because I don't want to kind of want to see what everyone does organically. And then after that, we'll kind of look at that distribution of what everyone has scored this hoof, and then maybe talk about where we see some differences here. So if you guys want to just go ahead real quickly and text in what you think the score of this hoof is, we'll go from there. Give you a couple seconds to do that here. Is it recording it? No, don't want that one.
And Ryan, it appears that when you send in your score, it's not going to send you a confirmation, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
For some reason, that's not one to work for me. Well, bummer. Guess I'm not completely sure why that's not working for me, but okay, it's showing me. On the website, it's showing that it's being recorded, so I'm not sure why that's not coming through. We'll give it a couple more chances here as we work through, but let's see if it shows. Why that's not. Yeah, for some reason that's not one to come through. Well, that's a bummer. I guess we'll kind of just talk about it generally and see if as we go along it wants to start cooperating with us here. Anyway, so as you look at this foot here, or as I look at this foot here, you know, kind of one thing that becomes immediately obvious to me is as we're looking at this toe here that would be closer than us, or closer to us, an example, you know, we're obviously seeing some curvature there. And so to me, you know, immediately right off the bat, we're expecting that score would be a 6 or higher. And in this example, I scored this foot an 8 personally, because we're starting to see, if you remember back to what Lindsay had talked about earlier, we're starting to look at, you know, that percentage of overlap here. You know, generally on a score of an 8, you know, that's 5 to 10%, maybe not a large overlap to where we would call that a 9, maybe a little bit more towards that scissor claw type of look to justify a 9. But for this hoof, for example, I would score that one an 8. Let's move on to the next one and see if we can get this one to work. Well, I guess my technology is failing me today, but if you guys want to go ahead, let me scroll up a little bit here. Nope. Here, see if we can, I guess you guys get the general idea. This is not one to work for me, but if you guys want to go ahead and start scoring this foot here. Looks like we've got a couple people that have voted in on this one. Give you just a couple more seconds here to send in what you have. It looks like we got most people now. So as I look at this foot, you know, you don't see a large amount of curving in terms of the, you know, shape to each of these different hoof walls. Or the inside of these toes here. You know, generally both of these, the outside shape of the foot are pretty symmetrical. You know, and with that extra straight wall, I would score this one a 5. We don't see much divergence in the toe here. You know, as you kind of look down, maybe a slight bit, but I think that definitely falls in the category or the range of what we established for 5. So this one, for example, here, I would score as a 5. Next one here.
Ryan, sorry, can you go back a sec?
Yeah.
Sorry. Now, why would you go toward more of a 5 than a 6 on this inference?
Yeah, so you know, to me, I don't see a large amount of curvature there. You know, maybe you see this slight little bit. You know, I don't know. I think that may be more of a function of maybe some mud in between the toes than actual curvature of the toes themselves. But you know, in terms of the spacing that we have within those, I don't think that justifies you going down to more of a divergent or open hoof. It's more of, you know, being symmetrical, and that gap is within the range and parameters.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, just wanted to clarify some things. Go ahead.
Yep. Let's go ahead and score this next one here. I'm sorry, guys, it's not showing up as working. I don't know. Oh, maybe this one will. Maybe it finally caught up. I'm not sure. So give people a couple seconds here to text in on that one. Looks like we've got 10 votes here. Let's see if we can show results. Nope. Show quickly. Aha. Yeah. So we look like most people here. We kind of got a range of scores here from 7. Looks like we got 1 vote for 7. a couple votes for 3, 1 vote for 5, and then kind of a tie between 3 and 4. So to me, I scored this foot a 4. I think we're starting to see a bit of divergence in those toes, a bit more than what we saw in that last hoof. I don't think that, you know, as far as that width, it's always a little harder to tell on pictures versus actually seeing them based on kind of some of the quantitative measures that we established. It's hard because these are super zoomed in, but to me, I would have called that hoof a 4. We are starting to see a little bit of divergence there. You don't see, you know, some of you guys that are scoring these maybe 6 or 7. I don't see as much of the curvature to the toes as much. This is more, to me, they're straighter but starting to diverge a bit more, and so that's why I'd call this hoof a 4.
And Ryan, just to kind of add to that, one of the things too that I think producers see a lot more of the curvature, and it's in a lot of ways easier to recognize, but also the phenotype of divergence is much more rare, I think, in a lot of cases, because the biology of those claws separating to that extent. So like very, very few folks are going to see a 1 or a 2, but when you see them, it's a mega problem, right? And so similar to like a 9, it's a mega problem. We just see more of them. And so recognizing divergence, it may be a little bit more difficult to grasp in this case, would be one of my observations, if that helps.
Yeah, and Lane, I mean, to me, that's kind of my main separation point of the two sides of the scale is, you know, looking at if those hoof walls are looking, you know, pretty straight, and we do see that gap and that open in that toe, you know, that's where you're looking at the lower end of the scale, versus if you're starting to see more curvature, some of that openness in the toe itself may be a result of that curvature itself. Do you kind of agree with that?
No, I agree entirely. Yeah, that was well said. And on the flip side, curvature, a lot of the times you can start to see the base of that claw, or I guess the bottom of that hoof, start to turn inward and upward. And if you can, so like in this case, where that large clump of dirt is, okay, imagine that inside hoof wall in between the medial and lateral claw, imagine that hoof wall itself on the inside starts to turn upward towards like the sky. You know that you have extreme curvature starting to happen. Now, it may not have curved over top of the other claw, but you're starting to see the basis of curvature in those toes. But if you don't see that and you just see divergence in width between the ends of those toes, then you know that you have divergence. So,
very, very well said. So the next one we have here, let's see if we can get this one rolling too. If you guys want to go ahead and send scores in on that one. See here as it's coming in. Look like we get about the number of votes that we have been getting. So to me, I would score this hoof a 7. So we're starting to see a little bit of curvature and crossing over here. You know, it's just barely to maybe where those toes are starting to touch, or maybe just very, very, very slightly overlap, kind of that 0 to 5% range, kind of in, to me is that breaking point there between a 7 and an 8. And so to me, that's what I would score this hoof as, is a 7. So let's see what you guys scored this as. looks like a majority of you guys are agreeing with that. It looks like a lot of our scores here are a 7, and so looks like we're on the right path there. So let me switch to the next slide here.
Sorry, Ryan, just to go back one slide if you would.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons, so I saw that there was a 9 on that scale, and while I agree this is a noticeable curvature, one of the things that I think is really important to consider when you're doing this is what is the maximum that you can allow for a trait, right? And so when it comes to like a 9, that is the worst hoof for curvature that you want to score, okay? And we've seen corkscrew claws where those claws are curling inward and outward and over top of each other, and those animals move very, very poorly. I suspect that this animal, while having some curvature and probably has some discomfort, can still be pretty mobile and move and be sound through the process. And if it's a bull, it can probably still breed cows. And so one of the things that I think is really important is while you're using that scale, if you assign this a 9, you're also having to classify those extreme corkscrew claws, if you find them in that population, as a 9 as well. And so making sure that you keep when you assign those phenotypes, that you're using the scale appropriately to make sure that you're capturing the amount of variation, I think is an important concept to keep in mind.
That's a really good point, Lane. And so, I think that one thing that we often talk about is sometimes that, people here, we see there's a distribution around the scores that I'm saying. Some people are agreeing with me, maybe some people are one lower, one higher. That's okay, but we do want to still try to be in the same general range as far as the scores go. As long as we're consistent one way or another, that's okay. But we still want to try to maintain in the same range, just for like that reason that Lane said, because somewhat of what we're trying to capture with these subjective scores is where they are, and there's a wide level of difference than potentially if this animal gets scored a 9. So moving on to this one here, if you guys want to go ahead and score this foot here.
And this is just practice, everyone. So even if you maybe don't necessarily get it right, it's not always a wrong thing or a bad thing. So we're just practicing right now.
Yeah, Ryan, we've along that point, we've talked about this similar to body condition scoring, right? So you can have 2 people assessing the body condition score of a cow, and they might, vary one score up or one score down, and that's okay as long as you're consistent throughout the group of cattle. And so that's the real big take home. And especially for genetic prediction, the whole goal there is, how does this animal compare to the other contemporaries? And so that's why, going back to some of Lane's tips, having one person or very consistent scoring, having one person do the scoring. That's why you wouldn't want to, have 2 different people scoring the herd separately, because they might, have a different idea of what a 6 is versus a 5. But really the end result is how they compare to their contemporaries. So you want to be as consistent as that with that as possible. So if Ryan and I aren't exactly right on every single one of these, but we're close and we're consistent across the herd, that's the real important point.
Yep, and I completely agree, Jackie. And it looks like we're really starting to get synced up here as well, because it looks like a majority of people that voted agree with me. I would also call this a 6. And so this one's probably a bit challenging, because you do see a bit of that divergence there in the hoof. And so, I understand, maybe the score of 3 looking at just the maybe some of that divergence there. But as I look at kind of the inside toe here, and maybe even a bit of the outside toes here, you can start to see a little bit of that curl starting to come. And so as we think back to that 4 that we scored earlier, that inside toe was pretty square there. There was a little mud on there, which makes it a bit more challenging, and where Lane's tips and pointers come in to helping people score those. But in this, I see this as having a bit of that start to that curvature to that toe, and I think a 6, like many of you guys have scored this, is an accurate way to score that. So that's what all we've had as far as the claw shape goes. So now we're gonna move into some more hoof angle scores here. And if you guys want to go in and text your I guess your vote for the score here, we'll go through a couple of these as well. So it looks like we got most people in. You guys are going quick. Sorry, I gotta jump back and forth here. So it looks like we've got a bit more variability here on the score of the hoof angle, and I would agree here with a majority of you. I would call this a 6 hoof angle as well. And so, probably a couple of things that I look at here as I look at that is, this animal is starting to be a little bit more relaxed in that hoof angle, and you kind of start to see that here more on the bottom of their hoof, maybe not quite as much heel depth here. And so that animal is, to me, a little past ideal in terms of being a bit more relaxed in that hoof angle. And so I think, like many of you said, a 6 here is an accurate representation of that hoof angle score. So let me go through and set up our next question here. If I can find it. It's hiding on me. Okay, so here, let's go through and score this one. Jackie, I kind of feel like I should have been a little more prepared and got some hold music or something like that as I was waiting for scores.
You could always sing.
Well, I'll save everyone the trouble on that and not do that.
I don't know, it could add entertainment value.
Well, I think I'll just save everyone the trouble and not do that.
Are you saving us, or are you saving you? Let's be honest.
Probably a bit of both, honestly. So this it looks like a majority of you guys scored this trait here a 3, or this animal here a 3. I think I would agree with you guys on that one as well. So as we look at kind of the angle here, we see that immediately, this is kind of a straighter angle to that hoof, and so we're going to definitely put that below our 5. I think, it's not completely straight to where we're getting to our 1 or 2 range. But I think you guys are right on the money there with a 3.
And Ryan, just to add, so one of the things that I think is pretty important is although when you look at this hoof, it has a little bit of lack of heel depth, right? And so
Yeah.
that can perhaps cause some problems with how you assign a hoof, like looking at the angle. But you're exactly right. Looking at the front of that hoof and its relationship with its above pasture and that coronary band and the base of the hoof, that's where we're looking for the straightness. And when we say rigid, how like what is the level of angle between the front of that hoof and the pasture above it, is really where we're looking for that. And this is one of those cases where it's a fairly straight hoof angle, with a little bit of lack of heel depth. And though that can be a different trait, they're pretty highly genetically correlated, and so which is the reason why we've separated those. Just to add to that.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and get our next one here all lined up. Scroll down a bit for you guys here. Give you guys a chance to vote on this one. Got a few in. Okay, let's see what you guys scored this one. Okay, so we've got one score of a 1, and it looks like many of us are in this 7, 8, 9 range. You know, I would agree with you guys that this is, you know, a foot that is definitely a bit more relaxed in terms of the angle. You know, I think this is probably, it looks like a majority of you guys scored this one an 8. And I would agree with you guys as well that this is an 8. You know, this is, but I could definitely see, you know, those of you that scored this a 7 as well. You know, this is probably one to me that's probably close to that line between a 7 or an 8. You know, I think if we would look up a bit more, we see that, you know, this foot tends to be a bit more relaxed in that angle, you know, maybe a slightly longer toe as well, you know, as far as that angle goes. And so I agree with you guys that a good score here would be an 8 for this animal. Let me find my next poll here. Unfortunately, it doesn't do them in order, so it makes it harder for me. Okay, let's switch to the next one. Looks like the picture's a little fuzzy here, but hopefully you guys can see. I'll kind of try to get it stationed here so you can see a majority of that foot.
Ryan, if you were going to sing a song while you waited for everybody to send in their answers, what song would it be?
Well, there's always the old classic that I think is one of Wade's favorite, which is 99 Bottles of Beer on the Wall. So I think that's probably the one I would pick if I had to pick one. Luckily that song doesn't require a lot of singing abilities, more of a chanting more of a chanting ability. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yep.
The hard part is when you're actually trying to drink the 99 beers, keeping up with the math. So, a
Oh yeah,
little
that
bit
is
of
a challenge. Yeah.
challenge in that as well. So, I'll spare you guys. So it looks like here, we're a little more, I guess, evenly dispersed between a 5, 6, and 7, and maybe I'll blame that a bit on the blurriness of my picture. I'm sorry for that. To me, as I look at this hoof angle, I would call this one a 5. I think this animal is good in terms of the angle to that heel. As we look at the amount of heel depth that this animal has, I think this animal definitely has an adequate amount of heel depth. And so to me, I personally would have scored this foot a 5. So, I could see where you guys maybe are thinking there's a bit more angle here, but I think as we look at the scoring rubric and stuff, to me, this more closely represented that 5 score. So let's switch on here to the next one. Another blurry picture for you guys, but go ahead and send in your scores for this one. Scroll back as much of that picture in there as we can. Give people just a couple more seconds here. It looks like we're starting to get most of the people voting in here. Scroll down here. So it looks like a majority of you guys would score this foot a 7 here. I tend to agree in that range. I think this is another score that probably, I guess personally I would have scored this one a little bit more extreme as an 8, just kind of due to how relaxed in nature that angle of that foot is. As we look at some of that heel depth, this animal to me would be pretty shallow heeled. And so, personally, if I was out scoring, I may have scored those a bit more extreme than some of you guys did at an 8, but that's okay. I think, again, we're in the same zone here. We're seeing a lot of the same things. I may have just called this animal a bit more extreme at an 8. I guess Lindsay, Lane, do you have anything on that?
I guess I probably went the other way. I actually went a 6, but I know I don't have as many practice rounds as you and Lane, but I guess I probably didn't look at the heel depth as much as you did. And so that's probably why I went more on that 6, but obviously I understand where you're coming from on that. But again, we all differ, so that's a good just show that not everybody's as practiced and there is ranges on scores.
Yeah, I'll say I agreed with the overwhelming majority, and so clearly I'm the correct one here.
Hey, millennial.
Lane, I feel like you're texting maybe to get people to agree with you, but
yeah, I'm definitely texting all 3 of the scores, so that way, regardless of what happens, I'm correct.
yeah, so that's fine. And I agree. I think probably a little combination of picture blurriness and differences there. I think this is probably one that maybe if you see him in person, it's probably a little easier to sync up on that, but maybe some slight difference in opinion, but that's okay. as long as we're consistent,
Ryan,
right? Yep.
I was wondering, not to make you do technology on the fly, would there be any way for you to pull up those two, the previous score and this score, like side by side, so people could kind of see what you're talking about, to just illustrate that a little bit better between that 5 and the what you called an 8, but what Lane called a 7.
I can try, Jackie. This polling program's a little finicky, to be honest with you, and
Okay.
I'm afraid that the rest of the PowerPoint may go foobar if I do that. So I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah, don't worry about it then.
so. But that's kind of what we have as far as foot angle here. So we'll get in and do a couple of rear hawk angles to kind of finish up our practice here. So these tried to give you guys, the full rear leg angle to score rear hawk angle. So if you guys want to send in your scores here, we'll go ahead and move into rear hawk angle. Starting to get a couple votes rolling in here. And this one will probably be a little bit easier to see because we have it set up next to it. Looks like we've got most people there. Well, I think as far as this first one goes, I think a lot of you guys are in agreement with me. I would also call this animal a 5 as well. I think in terms of that hawk angle, that's I guess in my opinion a pretty ideal angle as far as what we're looking for that rear leg set. And so good job. I guess a majority agree with me, which makes it a bit easier. So we'll go ahead and switch to the next one here. If you guys want to go ahead and send in your scores on this one. Looks like we're starting to get a couple scores rolling in here. Give people just a couple more minutes here. Looks like we had a good. The heck? It was working, now it doesn't want to. Well, I don't know why that went back to not working, but I personally would have scored this animal maybe would have called this one a 6. As we start looking at a bit more of that hawk angle, maybe a bit more curvature here than the last animal that we look at. I think this one is probably to me one that's close. Between 5 and 6. But to me, I would have scored this animal a 6. So hopefully we can get back rolling here with our next one and score our next leg, our rear leg side view.
Ryan, where did you get these photos from? Like, was this a Red Angus go out and score photos project, or?
Well, Lane, I have the access to mostly Red Angus animals, so that's where a majority of these came from. It's actually a combination of several different ways. We've been working over the last year or so, and these are kind of a combination of photos that members have submitted, as well as ones that we've gone out to several feedlots as well, to collect photos as well. So kind of a multitude of different sources that I've pieced together for as far as photos. So
no, that's awesome. And one thing I'll say is if folks have photos or have the opportunity to find some pretty extreme phenotypes or even optimum phenotypes, those photos help us, you, Ryan, and Lindsay and myself in educating folks through this method. So we're always in the need for more photos is the plug that I needed to put in there. So.
Yep, and Lane, I will also back up your plug on ideal photos, because I tend to get a lot of extreme ones, one way or another, just because those seem to be the ones people notice the most. But if any photos that we can get of fives as well is very helpful. So looks like most people have submitted their scores here. And so it looks like a majority of you guys scored this a 3, and I would agree with you. As we look at kind of the angle of this hawk here, we're starting, I think immediately everyone looks at this and would definitely recognize that to be on the straighter side of the spectrum. And so, to me, I think as we think about our angles here in terms of getting more towards a post-legged, I guess, to use a bit of a slang term, maybe, I think a 3 score here is correct. I don't think we've got quite as extreme as maybe the 1s and 2s just yet. But I don't think we're close enough to that ideal to maybe justify a 4 score. So I'll agree with the majority of you and call that a 3 as well. So let's move on to the next one here.
And Ryan, you were on a judging team as well.
Yes, sir. I judged at Texas Tech University.
Look at you.
This wasn't the best one, Kansas State, no.
Yeah.
I believe we beat Kansas State that year, so at Louisville. So
we don't need to talk about that, but
that's all right. That's all right. Looks like everyone voted but for some reason it's not wanting to show up on this one. I'm assuming a majority of you guys were right in the range on this one. I think this one's a bit more obvious. I called this one personally a 1. I think as we look at the angle from top to bottom here, that's extremely straight. Another indicator that I tend to look at sometimes in terms of some of these hawk angles and foot angles that can be a bit of an indicator, especially on the more extreme of the straight animals, is as we look kind of farther down, we start to see some of that push forward a bit more. And I think this animal definitely shows and exemplifies those traits in its lower joints, and a lot of that is due to that extremely straight angle of that hawk. And so I called this animal a 1. I assume, I can't see the results right now, but I would assume most of you guys probably would have been in that 1 to 2 range, somewhere in there. But ones like these to me, I think are pretty immediately obvious. So got one more here as far as rear leg shape scoring or side view scoring goes. So let me, you guys can go ahead and let me hide these results real quick. And then you guys can go ahead and vote on this animal here. Starting to get a couple votes in here. Give folks just a couple more seconds here to get their votes in. Put that back in presentation mode here. So again, I think this is another one that, you know, maybe a little bit of difference in opinions here, a bit of a distribution here between 7 and 8. You know, I think to me this is probably a phenotype or a rear leg set that's maybe on a bit of the line of those two different scores. I personally scored this one a 7, but I do want to point out, you know, this animal's kind of, I guess, anatomy of this rear leg is kind of interesting, because as you look, you know, in terms of that hawk angle, you know, maybe a bit more than ideal curvature here, but still within an acceptable range, you know, for most operations. Even as we kind of look at foot angle here, that this pastern joint here seems to be fairly strong, but maybe that you know, hoof there, extremely shallow depth of heel there. And so to me, that's why we have to score each of these different traits, because even though, you know, like Lane said earlier, the genetic correlations are fairly high among several of these things, we do have, you know, maybe instances like this where a couple of, you know, an animal may be unique in a couple of those different aspects. So personally, I would have scored this rear leg side view a 7.
And I think that's another point, especially on that rear leg view, to make sure you're getting, you know, that whole view and not just looking at one specific part of that leg or that hoof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of get an overall view. That's a really good point, Lindsay. So I guess kind of to finish up here, one thing that I wanted to go over just to finish up was a bit of data that our commercial marketing team at Red Angus put together here from the fall 2020 and spring 2021 bull sale season. And so what they did is, for each of the bull sales that they attended, they just scored kind of as a group the foot and leg quality of the animals or of the bulls in that offering. And so here on the left hand side here is after they did this, you know, just kind of an overall general scoring of the offering as a whole. This was the average bull sale price of those animals and or those operations. And so we see here that, you know, as we move from a below average to an average, you know, foot score or overall foot scores for these offerings, you know, we see a little less than a $700 advantage here. But really, you know, the main and a big difference here is as we look from average to above average. So, you know, that would be a situation where a majority of the offering would be, you know, pretty exceptional in terms of foot and leg quality. We see, you know, just a tick less than a $1,000 advantage on average. And so we see, you know, it not only is this important for evaluating traits like longevity that Lane mentioned earlier. You know, we have some documentation here or some data that at least shows us initially that it also helps you guys financially, you know, to focus and try to improve traits like this. The pie chart over here is just a breakdown of all of those sales that people attended, kind of the number or the percentage of those offerings within that they scored kind of what they put each of those different categories. So a majority of the animals here would have been scored kind of an overall average, 14% below average and 5% above average. But as we look, this is to me a big indicator of not only is it important for traits like longevity and genetic predictions, but I think it also serves you guys very well to take the time to score feet, to look at that and offer animals in bull sales that do have good or exceptional foot scores, because we definitely, so far we've seen a pretty staunch difference in price of those animals and those members or producers that are focusing in that on Red Angus. And so with that, that's all I had to go over tonight, and I appreciate everyone for joining us, as well as my two co-panelists for their contributions as well. And so I guess with that, Jackie, I'll turn it on over back to you, and if anyone has any questions, would be happy to handle those.
Thank you, Ryan and Lane and Lindsay. I really, really appreciate the time and all the effort that you guys put into tonight's presentations and the interactive survey. That was really cool. We do have a few questions, and I'll just remind people, if you have questions, you can click on the little question mark and type things in the question box, or you can also, where it says chat, you can type a message in there and we'll get those questions handled. So I don't know who to throw this to, but a question that we had come in was asking about how much soil quality influences the hoof growth, and how much that might change when you're moving an animal from one location to another. So if they're in black soil versus sandy or rocky soil, what influence does that have on the hoof scoring and hoof quality?
So Jackie, I'll unless Ryan or Lindsay have any thoughts, I'll tackle that one. When we think about these traits, so foot score, like hoof score, claw shape, rear leg side view, the heritability estimate of those is fairly low. I mean, we're talking 10% to 12% of the variation that we see in these populations is due to the animal's genetics. The rest of that is due to the environment. And so that can be influenced by a range of factors. Nutrition, energy in the diet, but like you referenced, soil quality as well. And so I think anecdotally, we see a lot of animals that are in more high moisture, black soil areas tend to have more issues with curvature and maybe some heel depth issues, whereas animals in the west and more arid climates tend to have more issues with hoof cracking or straightness and rigidness. And so we'll recognize the fact that this is a trait that is largely influenced by an animal's environment, if that helps answer the question.
Yeah, and kind of to follow up with that, Lane, I think that's a good point, and a challenge with these type of traits with lower heritability estimates, that the challenge there becomes that sometimes when you have lower heritability, the phenotypic expression of that trait is not always a great indicator of that animal's underlying genetic merit, and so that makes it a bit more challenging in terms of selection and improvement of those traits. But a big part of this, I think, at least initially getting going, is starting the scoring process and still trying to eliminate those animals that we see that fall outside of those acceptable scoring ranges. And so, this is probably a trait where it's a bit twofold, where not only may you have a genetic merit component, but we also want to make sure that we focus on this in terms of culling decisions in our herd as well. And so, you know, that adds a bit of challenge to it. And I'll echo, you've definitely scored more feet in many different environments than I have, Lanes. But I could definitely see, there's a lot of logic to where different soil types and rockiness and things like that may actually present different hoof challenges and hoof wear for those specific areas. And so that, within that though, that's why we would, from a genetic evaluation standpoint, compare animals within a contemporary group, because we want to compare those animals to animals who have experienced similar environments. And so we may have, a situation where in one environment, maybe the average score of a specific sire line is maybe different than in another environment. But really, as we think about that EPD calculation process, it's more of the comparisons within those contemporary groups. And so, I would also say that I think, one thing Lane talked about as well is scoring mature females over time. And I think that that's going to be important for us to get better gauges of different environments' effect on foot health over time, because within that we would have repeated measures on the same individual, and I think that will allow us to much better characterize some of those environmental influences over traits like this versus a single observation on a yearling animal.
Thank you, guys. And to follow up, actually, on the environmental influences, another question from our audience, Jeremiah Barnard. With large external factors like environment and nutrition, where does hoof trimming fit in when addressing hoof evaluation and ultimately culling poorly hooved animals?
Do you guys want me to take that one, Ryan, or do you want to start?
I can start. Obviously one of the biggest things with hoof trimming and the goal there is to reshape an animal's hoof. And so taking scores after an animal's been trimmed is going to give you a biased estimate of what that animal's foot score would be. And so, scoring trimmed feet is definitely not an ideal situation. It creates a lot of bias in those observations. And so, I would definitely not recommend in any instance scoring animals post trimming if that's something that would be happening.
Yep. Yes, I agree with that. And one of the things too to add is that, I mean, we understand that as seed stock producers, if you've got donor cows or if you've got some mature bulls and they've got hoof problems, and we see this. I mean, it's common that we see hoof problems in more mature, pretty high genetically superior animals. If you've got a problem and you want to keep that animal around for whatever reason, hoof trimming still plays a role. I mean, you still have to make sure that animal is comfortable and can sustain itself. But from a genetic evaluation standpoint, that's why we're trying to do what we're trying to do here. Is we want to be able to identify those genetically superior animals for improved foot and leg structure. And so, like Ryan said, if you're evaluating scores or if you're characterizing these phenotypes on foot trimmed animals, you are biasing the results that allows us to identify those superior animals for this trait in that population. And so if there's a problem, hoof trim them, but please don't contribute those data to our evaluation. Lindsay, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think that just goes back to kind of combine those two. questions, you know, depending on the environment, you may be hoof trimming a little more often than you do so in a rockier area. So just to make sure that you're, you know, maybe you're taking those scores before you put them in the hoof, you know, in the chute for the hoof trimmer. So it's more just taking a gauge, knowing when you're making those management decisions for your operation, and then obviously scheduling that time, especially around that same time of year or for an annual basis if you were to do those mature cows and such when you're scoring. So yeah, it's just, you know, different in those different areas and different for different operations and what you're able to do as far as labor and resources. So certainly just trying to find the best time, and hopefully it's a little further away from that hoof trimming than closer.
Excellent. Thank you, lady and gentlemen. We have another question, wondering if the presentation we will what we're going through right now is going to be available. The webinar and recording will be available, but the question is if the slides or the presentation would be available, and I honestly don't answer, so one of you, or don't know the answer, so one of you three needs to help us out there.
I guess I'll add what I did in mine is very finicky. So looking at the presentation itself, you'd have to install a couple add-ons. However, in lieu of that, there is on the Red Angus website, we do have a section on foot and leg scoring, where we have an online Google Forms essentially quiz that you can go through and take as many or as few of times as you would like. That was very similar to what we did tonight. In fact, some of the pictures may be the same, so you get a leg up on some of that. So I guess if you guys would like additional foot scoring practice, that might be the better way to do that over I guess what I shared as far as the practice this evening.
And I would say, just depending on timing, I mean, now that these guidelines are out, I'm sure there's going to be more educational efforts that go forward in the next few months to years to come here. So if you want some more help, I mean, you can email me and I'll send you a bunch of pictures and we can have some conversations. So, but either way, we're all willing to work with whoever who wants more practice.
Yeah, Red Angus has these fancy scorecards. I'm sure if you emailed Ryan, he'll send some to you. And I think I heard from Lindsay that they're working on some, and I can tell you that ASA is working on some. Also, on our handout section of the GoToMeeting, there's a foot scorecard that ASA put together that has those updated artwork rubrics that you can print out yourself, that allows you to go gather those foot scores as materials. But when it comes to the presentation itself, I know that the three of us, Ryan, Lindsay, and myself, we're very happy to share with you slides or any amount of information that you need for this trait complex. So, yeah.
Okay, so here's how I summarize that. The survey part is difficult, but maybe the other portions of these slides are available. And for additional information, there's a Google form on Red Angus website where you can go through and do a very similar survey. And Lane and Lindsay and Ryan and others are always up for additional information and conversation. Okay, we've got another question for you all. When can we expect EPD for feet and legs?
I'll start. You know, I think that ball's a lot in the members' court right now, is in terms of submitting data so we have the ability to develop a genetic evaluation. You know, I know at Red Angus we've recently added the ability for members to submit their own data. And so I think that, you know, right now we're in the data collection process. And so really the amount of time that it's going to take to develop that EPD is largely going to be driven by the members themselves and at the rates that they submit data and information into the databases to allow us to develop those predictions.
And all data is welcome at all IGS breed associations.
Yep.
Yep. I'll say to that as well. There's a lot of interest for an EPD, and maybe I'm just jaded today, but when it comes to, do we want a foot and leg EPD, or do we want improved prediction for stability? I pose that question to membership. If this were an in-person workshop, I would be asking that question to folks. I would be asking, do you want a foot and leg score EPD, or do you want improved prediction for stability? Because when it comes to the economically relevant trait, I think we see a lot more viability in stability. But with that said, you still need to produce a foot and leg EPD. And to echo what Ryan and Lindsay just said, we need membership support across all the IGS platforms and partners to gather these data so that way we can work towards a multi-breed EPD. Right now, I can tell you we do not have enough data to produce that EPD. And so to echo what Ryan said, this is in membership's hands to move it forward if we're to make this happen. So. Hope that helps.
Yes, absolutely. So I have a question about talk to me a little bit about how confident you feel in breeders collecting these scores and scoring them themselves versus you know, hiring somebody with some kind of certified or some additional training for scoring. What are your guys' thoughts on what it takes to feel confident in the data that we would collect here for feet and leg?
Lane, you probably have the best sense of this.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Jackie. One of the things that I'll just kind of point out to answer that is when we think about the development of a genetic prediction, whether it be growth or disposition, docility, carcass traits, all of those traits depend on a steady stream of data coming into the genetic evaluation. And for feet and legs, if we were to require membership and seed stock producers to pay a trained classifier to come out and gather those scores for them, sure, the data is going to be less biased and in a way probably more high quality, but that is a cost barrier that reduces our ability to gather large amounts of data to develop this genetic prediction. And so when it comes to feet and legs, we've treated it similarly to how we treat docility in our genetic predictions. So docility is a subjective measurement that members produce data for, and they send to their breed associations, and those go into the genetic evaluation. We're treating that similarly with feet and legs, where we are opting for, and we think that through time, membership is going to become pretty reliable in this case, that they're going to understand the differences in these characteristics, and they're going to appropriately assign these phenotypes and submit those to their breed associations to build a more powerful genetic prediction, both with high quality data and larger amounts of data than we would have gotten otherwise, if that answers the question.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll just follow up real quick, Jackie. I think one thing is, I think that both options are available, for people that maybe don't feel comfortable scoring their own animals and wanted to bring someone else in. I think that's something that's a decision that you could make within your individual herd. However, I know that there's others that feel very comfortable being unbiased in the scoring of their animals. One thing to consider with bringing in outside people versus the member themselves doing it is, if you sporadically have outside people doing it, you don't get as much consistency from year to year in terms of your scoring metrics. And so, you add in a little bit of, I can't think of maybe the word here, but maybe a little extra differences there that are more centered around not as much genetic differences in those animals progressing over time, but more just differences from scorer to scorer over time. And so, I think that's one advantage to offering the ability for individual breeders and members to score is more than likely they're going to be the ones scoring them year after year, and there's probably a bit more consistency in that scoring versus sporadic outside help. And so that's probably one advantage there. But if you don't feel comfortable and would prefer someone else to come in and do that, I guess my recommendation there would be to have them come do it every year. So.
And to tack on to what Ryan just said too, as a C-stock breeder, if you're out there scoring the cattle yourselves, you start to pick up on these characteristics more often. And our role as C-stock producers is to be selling and marketing genetics that are impactful and make our customers money, right? And so if we're the ones on the ground gathering these scores, we can see those characteristics much better, and we become trained to see those much better, more focused than we would have otherwise. A lot of the times I ask in these live sessions, how many folks who are listening are C-stock producers, and how many of you have a guarantee of some kind for feet and legs? Usually it's quite a few, and usually there's a lot of money goes into these guarantees. And so wouldn't you like to see and be the ones that are abiding by those guarantees that you put in your sale catalog? I think it's our responsibility as C-stock producers to see those, be the ones evaluating that, and characterizing those and producing those records for our genetic predictions. So that's my spiel.
Practicing.
Well, we had a hand up by Ann Chris, but I can't seem to unmute you, Ann. Oh, it says you're self-muted. So Ann, if you have a question, I think you have to unmute yourself. And if that doesn't work, you can try sending a chat or typing it in the question box. If you click on the question, it should pull up a text box for you. Okay, so I'm not sure if that's going to work out. But I did want to just say here, I'll put my video on here for a second. All right, well, Lane and Ryan and Lindsay, a very, very, very sincere thank you for joining us tonight and all the work you did and the great education that you offered. And I see you're unmuted. Can you talk and ask a question? I'm not hearing you, Anne. Oh, shoot. Well, Anne, if you can type it into the chat or the question box. If not, we would love to get your question afterwards. We can follow up with an email. But anyway, very sincere thank you to Lane and Ryan and Lindsay. Really, really appreciate it. Appreciate all the attendees. And you know, I was just sitting here reflecting on how much I enjoy working with all of these breed organizations that are involved in IGS. And tonight is just another example of how cool it is that multiple breed groups are working together to develop tools for our breeders in the commercial industry to do a better job in selecting cattle that are successful for them. So I really appreciate you all. And with that, I'll say good night. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you, Lindsay and Ryan, for hopping on this. Appreciate it a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.